Hello, I'm back. Doing my Let's Code, working on my game. The game is of Mice and Mice. I did add the Steam link and Discord and everything in the description, so check that out, please. In general, please ask questions if you have any. If you see this stuff offline, please come to my Discord and ask questions there. And yeah, if the sound is not configured properly, please tell me that as well. Okay, so cool. So let's start. The last time I did push, I changed the colors and descriptions of this stuff here, but there are several errors in here, so I will fix them. The first one is that the color of that text is wrong, so let's fix the color of that text. The quest is fetch items. Oh. So it has UI hint color here, but it should be the highlight UI color. God, I'm really paranoid now because when I press, I'll check. When I press here on my laptop, then I stop hearing the sound properly. But I still see the microphone working, so that is great. Cool. Yeah, I wanted to do productive stuff. Let's see. Stop. Perfect. Perfect. That works now. So I will commit. It may be too harsh to say it's a bug, but it's not the intended behavior, it's a bug. The go-to tile. I did not check the correct menu and did indeed not fix the bug fully. So I will fix the bug fix now. That's better. I also want to remove the green stuff here. And I will also move it in the build room quest. Okay, then this is gone now, that is gone now. That format string needs to be fixed. Let's see. It's that one here. So that should be fixed as well. Um. Hmm. The go to tile quest. I wanted to change the coloring, like the comma is not colored, and that is ugly and unacceptable. I'm not being serious, but it actually bothers me a bit, and I try to have it shown properly everywhere, and it's not that much of additional complexity. I would like to have a better solution, and I would like to have an abstraction for this, so that I don't have to fix this stuff everywhere. Okay, so let's see. This works now. This works now. And that format string is broken. So let's fix that. Okay. And while we are at it, I will make the highlight, add a highlight in the build room quest. Okay, that should be easy enough. Let's see if that works. The format string is broken again. Otherwise, it works. I have this format string issue every single time. Oh well. So, what do we have here? The fixing the highlight. And here it is adding a highlight. Okay, cool. Now that this is done, this didn't work. Okay, it works now, so let's commit. Cool. So the plan is to actually build a room, and we have to fetch some walls for that, and that is all properly highlighted. Nice. I think this description could use more description. Okay, so my idea is that the description should hint at use a room builder at a position to build the room, or see what items are still missing. So I write that. Okay. I think that is a fair description. Like, the instruction is now to place the room builder in the middle of the target tile and then use it. So let's assume we are following the instruction and doing that. Okay, so let's do that. The placement, I will check if that is highlighted properly, but I think it is. Nice, it is. Okay, so let's move to the build side. And the quest, it will not direct the player to activate the room builder, but I will still do it and check if it works correctly, because it gives the necessary context information. Or rather, let's check if it actually gives the context information we need. So let's get rid of the walls first, because we're moving real sluggish. Okay, so oh, that moved automatically. That's not great. So the clean space, does that have proper description? It doesn't. So I will quickly fix that. The description should be somewhere. Come on. Ah, here it is. So I will just add a little highlight here. I have to change the string to a list. Then I will add we'll separate the text out. Make it a format string again. Then highlight this specific section. Using this code. Awesome. And then I will highlight the usage instruction as such. There's a special color for those usage instructions. Okay, so it's that one. So let's check. I did not save. Well then, I just do it again. It's not a big issue. I must have actually accidentally put the character in auto mode. I don't think it's a bug, so I will not track it. But if it's a bug, it's annoying. So I did not save. Damn it. So, I did save. Awesome. Awesome. That sounds fine, so I will commit. And I will commit the highlights. Okay, awesome. Then I will use the room builder and save beforehand to see if the menu is still good. Technically it's okay. But I'm not sure I would understand what's happening there. I could make it two lists, like walls, and then the list of coordinates, and then doors, and the list of coordinates. Yeah, I will do that. So let's check the room builder. Okay, and this is the place that causing the issues. So let's see. I think the comment is not properly made. It should be more generalized. So my idea is to say show the coordinates of the missing items. Yeah, that's the important thing. Okay, so I don't need that anymore. And I want to have a new data structure that will hold the coordinates for each item type. So I will check if the I will not check, I will just pretend the item list is there. The list of items for the item type is there. I'm going to pretend that's the case, and if that's not the case, I will use an empty list. Then I will add the coordinate to the item list, like that. And then I will write the whole thing back. And if it didn't exist yet, then it will be created by this procedure. Okay, then I can iterate over the data structure we just built. Like that. No, it should be items. Okay, great. And then the idea is to show the item type first, and that then show each coordinate in the item list. And to make sure it's not getting ultra wide, I'll do that in a second step. I will see if that works first. Not at all. Because this line is pure bullshit. Okay, let's try again. That kind of works. But it's still bugged because the coordinate was wrong. I'm fixing that right now. And B, the issue is that it should get some commas, I think. Oh, right. That was some old fragment that was causing problems. That crash should be solved now, so let's see. Nice. That's a list of coordinates now. But as you see, it's pretty wide, which is annoying. So I will add a counter to keep track of how many items there are. And if there are like 10 items, it should enter a new line and reset the counter. Also, I think there should be a new line after the item type. Actually, before and after. Let's see. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I should have taken a before-after picture. I just can take it from the WOD, I guess. So I commit and continue. Okay. And I think a description here would be nice. Like below here. Show some instructions. Hmm. And I will make it yellow actually. Okay. So the instruction should be place the missing items and use the room builder again. Okay, that seems reasonable. Let's see how it looks. I like it. So next is just clearing the path. I would like to see quest markers on the clear path to position, so I will try to do that. It should be similar, pretty similar to the get quest markers for the go to position. So I will just copy it over from there. Vim should keep the info in the buffer even though I closed it. At least some amount. I had problems with it cutting some stuff off and me not noticing it, and that was very annoying. Okay. It has a path, so I will just generate the quest markers for the path. I will print the path to be sure how it's formatted. But in general, it should work exactly like it's doing now. No, it target position big. Ah, that stuff. Yeah, I have to remove that. That doesn't apply here. Huh. It seems to have no path, but I'm very sure it has a path. I see here are some weird fragments. And the path given is actually the true path, so I don't have to do those weird calculations. I need to do that stuff here. Okay, and I can just add the position in a room. Oh, sorry. I think I mixed something up, so I check the reference, like here. Yeah, I don't want to assign any target or something. I want to do it like that. That is right. And do the calculation here from the local coordinate to the big coordinate system, which I should make a helper function some nice day. So let's see if it works now. It doesn't, but it should now work now. Great, now I see much clearer what's happening and what path I should take. Nice. I will commit that. Okay. But the next issue is that I had to press plus to activate that. So I will work with that. Okay, so on the side I will just remove that backward compatibility code because it has to happen sooner or later. Okay, cool. Then the quest should terminate here. And prompt to calculate a path. Let's see how weird this looks for an actual user. I think it's okay, and then the path is calculated. If we stray from the path, we have to recalculate the path. Yeah, I think that's pretty fine. So where do I stick this trash? Like here. Okay, so I need to dig this scrap away so I can place the new wall. Great, that worked. Now let's place the wall and see what's happening. Now we already see we have to abort the room building because we have no walls. But we see there are walls over there. So we can just go over there, fetch some walls and continue building. Okay, cool. That works. We did not get a new quest type, so all the highlights should still be in order. And I now can continue building the room. The quest just ended. But I think the player will understand how to build the room. Like, after placing the first 3 elements, it should be clear. Like, I can go to the city planner, room planner, builder, and then it will show me that these sides are missing. I think that's reasonably clear. So let's get back to our buddy Eddie and ask Eddie what's left to do. It should be room building and killing monsters. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I would not. As a player at that point, I would say, okay, I will just check stuff out on my own. Eddie's only giving me stupid quests, so I will go around, fetch some walls, and fight some enemies. Let's see, can we beat you? Indeed. No chance at all. Cool, so let's collect all this stuff that is colored differently and return home. I will not collect the stuff that's within the scrap because that's annoying. I really would like to have a feature where I can plot a path, like if I say GM, like just move to the spot I want to be, it will select a stupid path. So I would like to explicitly set the path, but it's not worth it. Hello Phoenix Dragons Games, I just saw you joining. How are you? So let's get the spam bot banned. If you have any questions, please tell me. Yeah, I'm doing fine. It's Sunday. I'm doing some chill coding. I can't complain. And I'm actually making decent progress. It's nice to not be stuck on every bug for half an hour or something. Okay, so since the storage is somewhat full, as a player now I would just drop the walls in here at the correct spots and then put the other stuff into the storage. So I might need to give you some input on what's happening here. Yeah, the game is a mix of a base building game, so that's the reason for placing the items, building the rooms, but it's also very roguelike-y, so you have weapons and can fight enemies and stuff. Okay, so the grand context right now is that the player character here has the player that's the player character, and I try to get it to the end of the game with automated means because that will allow me to do automated testing and stuff. Okay, so I have these. Sorry. So I have that the help function here that show me what keys to press, and then I will get quests, and the quests also tell me what keys to press. So right now I'm just doing what the help function is telling me to do and pretend that I'm a player and fixing bugs and stuff. Okay, so Eddie, our friend here, has two quests for us. One is to fetch some more walls or kill some monsters. I will accept the quest to patch some walls, why not? And it will ask us to fast travel to that location. So I will do that. Yeah, but in my experience, the harder a bug is to fix, the more stupider the reason is for the bug. That helped me a lot. Because I moved on to... For weird bugs, I don't try to fancy stuff at first, I just try stupid stuff at first. Okay. So let's see. I will collect some walls, and I think I will fight that enemy below, and try to fetch some cool items as well. The issue is that as a player right now I don't have an idea what a cool item is and what a bad item is. So I will need to change that. I have an idea for that. Like one item that is pretty important, but the player wouldn't know it right now, is the mold feed here. And that's basically something dead or parts of it. So when you kill an enemy, biological enemy, you get those intestines, basically. And you can put them on a coal burner, like a grill, and heal with it. And some healing would be urgently needed in the game. Like in this level, the game has healing. But it's not spawned yet. So I think I will place a coal burner now. So let's check the source code. The world generation is in the story code, and we have some loot rooms here that don't really serve a function yet. Yeah, let's just take that one. Let's remove the painter and move it to another loot room. Yeah, like that one. And just add the coal burner in that room. So I will create the item first. No, I did create a shortcut for this, so I can just say loot room spawn item, and the item should be a coal burner, and it should be on position 660. So I will save and close the game and regenerate the world and see if the item was generated correctly. I do have my doubts about that. Like, I think it will not be bolted down properly. But we'll see. The 4-5. I did reload the existing game. Sorry. So let's generate a new world. Teleport to the room we are talking about and see how it looks. Yeah, great. The coal burner is now there, but it's not bolted down. So let's check the helper function to see if I need to change that. It was spawn item. Yeah, I just can set a parameter to bolt the item down. So I will do that. And the other issue is that the pathway should now go in circle around the item. So I will reduce the I will make the lower path start here, and I will make the right path actually start here. Okay, and I will skip adding the walking space if x is 6. Okay, awesome. And then I will add the lower and upper parts if the coordinate is in 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. That should do it. Let's try. I need to regenerate the world, so let's do it again. And after teleport, we should see that it works. Awesome. Is the item bolted down properly? It is. Cool. So I will commit the changes. Okay, and on the way I just found another bug. And that is that when I try to pick up the coal burner that's bolted down, I will get a message that I'm slowed down, even though I would only be slowed down if I would actually pick up the item. So I will fix that bug, because I can reproduce it now, so why not? I'm not quite sure where the status effect is applied. I really should know it, but I don't. So let's search. I just remember that it was in a weird place. The pick up non-walkable. That could be the issue. So let's see. Indeed. And that gives us the slowed effect. But it should also check if the item is bolted or not. Actually, the whole integration here is not proper. Because the whole status effect should only be applied if it is actually put into the inventory. So I will see where the putting into inventory stuff happens. It happens here. So I will just delete that. Then I will take the important part of the method and put it right to the message where you get notified that you pick up the item. So let's see if that works. Okay, cool. We don't get the status message anymore. If I unbolt the coal burner and now pick it up, we get the status effect message. Awesome. So I will commit that. Yeah, we'll change the typo in the last commit message as well. Okay, cool. So I will go back to my main save state. We'll delete the experimental worlds and we'll just manually produce a coal burner and place it in the correct position to simulate what I just patched into the world generation. I need to get rid of the walls, they're so heavy. Okay, I think I just boxed myself in. So I need to dig myself out again. Okay. Let's clean up a bit. The issue is that as a player, it's not a programming issue, it's completely fine. Is that if I place the walls now, then I will block the access to that spot, and I will need to go there to place the final wall. Like the final wall of this side. Okay, so that's done. Now let's place the walls. Awesome. Then let's actually do what I was talking about and produce the coal burner manually and place it. I can't. But I can schedule that the NPC should produce a coal burner. Okay. Awesome. So what quests do we have, Eddie? Still building the room and killing monsters. That's the implant. The implant doesn't have anything either. So yeah, then let's get killing. There's a cluster of enemies. So let's just jump in there, kill them. But I'm missing the feeling of purpose right now. Like, I don't really see why I'm killing the enemies. I think I should make it so that the good loot basically only spawns on spots with enemies on them. Currently it's random. Oh, and we got corpses. Corpses can be really useful. Let's see, I cannot reach the enemy right now, but I can now. Yeah, the enemies are way too easy. I need to either buff them or debuff the player character. Because I just can slaughter them, no issue. And to be honest, that's not quite fun. So I could just add higher level enemies. That would make them a bit stronger. Yeah, let's do that. But then I will need to take care that the character is not dying all the time on auto mode. Yeah, I will do that. Having the game being more fun is more important than having the autosolver do the right thing. Okay. Let's see, we have a whole bunch of of walls, but all wall placement spots are completely cluttered. So let's try to be smart about it, but that didn't work for me yet. Let's see. I can place a wall down here and make some space in my inventory. Then I can remove that scrap here and place another wall without too much work. Nice. Then I can remove some stuff here. Cool. Maybe I should remove the amount of scrap on the initial build sites, because it's kind of a mini game in itself to clear all the scrap and place it without blocking everything. Yes, I will do that. So the world gen is right here, and the scrap is generated right here. No, the scrap is generated right here. And usually the scrap amount of scrap piles is 100, which may be too much in general, but for the build sites it for sure should only be 20. So let's check if that works. Yeah. It's easy to forget as a game dev, at least for me, because I'm coming from the coding side of things, and I like to code complex stuff. So I often get distracted and forget that the player should have fun. But just to note, I do have fun. So it's not just that the game is just horrible. Okay, so that did not work out just like I wanted. Because the 20 is way too little. And I wanted to go up higher. So currently we are on 7-4. So it should be bigger than 3 and smaller than 10. No. It should be bigger than 1 and smaller than 5. That leaves 2, 3, 4. Right. 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Then there's a lot of scrap here and less scrap here. But 20 is too little, so I will make it like 40. Let's see how that works. Yeah, the other big thing I was missing or am still weak in is communication. Like as a dev, I knew that this here is the quest menu and that is the message menu and stuff, but only through testing I got into the habit of labeling everything, adding user feedback for everything. If something goes wrong, the user has to get a pop-up. I'm doing Linux style notifications though. That means if you are successful, you don't get feedback. You only get feedback on errors. Okay. I think that almost works fine now. The only issue is that there's now the mixed area with little scrap and interesting loot. But I think I like that, so I will keep it. Okay, so I changed the world again now, but I will delete that and just know it is fixed and will continue to work with the bad state because it still works. It's just quite a lot of stuff here to dig away. Yeah, another thing I did when like the last almost 8 hours of my stream was going through all the menus like this and ensure that the most important 5 words are yellow, because in my tests I had some people who were a bit drunk or stressed out or something, and they hated reading text. So I try to make sure that reading 5 words is always enough to understand what's written on the screen. So if you got any tips or hints on how I could improve stuff, I'd be glad to hear it. Right, so like you're adding an icon next to the player. For example, I don't know your game type. When the player can do a grapple attack, it gets a little grappling motion, grapple attack icon next to the player or something. That sounds very reasonable. Yeah, I'm trying to transfer the idea to my game right now, mentally. I think I have some of that, but not as icons. I probably should use more icons. Like, for example, those red dots here. They should be... First thing is they should be in a less aggressive color, because it's too much. But they are a storage stockpile for a specific item type. So it would be really cool to show the icon for the item type that's supposed to be stored there as a small thing. Okay, so I actually got a bit distracted by moving all that scrap around. So I just continue doing that, and then I will fetch some more walls. And then I will see what I can actually do code-wise. Yeah, I think the scavenging quest, I did not check if the highlights were correct. So I will quickly go over to Eddie and get the quest and see if the highlights are correct. So let's see. No, the highlights are not there yet. I will just highlight the full first line. Let's see, go to the quest. Then the text now has to be a list. Okay, that is getting confusing. Okay, that code is functionally useless, so I'll remove it and just keep adding to the actual text. Okay. So my goal was to highlight stuff. I can do that now. I will make things easy for myself and will just highlight scavenge the outside area. Best case would be to also include the for and the item type. Yeah, so I will actually do it. But that will mean to spend some extra effort to color the dots and commas correctly. Okay, that should work, and the reason now has to be appended as the actual thing and not be cast to string. Okay. Let's try. Seems to work. So I will commit the changes. And I will actually... I will scavenge the walls somewhere else. That's a better place. And I'm considering reducing the scrap by at least a bit. Like currently it's 100 for normal fields, and I will reduce it to 80. Okay, so let's kill the spider. And fetch the boots. And when I'm done with that, I will check if the coal burner already has been produced. Because I remember that there have been issues with that. Cool, it's ready, so I can go and place it. But I did not fetch enough walls. Well, the NPC did bring one. Maybe that is enough then. It is. Okay, cool. We still need 3 more doors. But I'm going to place the coal burner first, because I really do have the memory that there was something wrong with the coal burners. Like, not a major bug, but I think it gave an error message when trying to use it with stuff from the inventory. Yeah, so I will try. I remember now. It gave a weird error message if it when it was used when it's not bolted down. But I did solve this issue already, so all is fine. And I can continue doing other stuff. Like, for example, fetching the doors so the quest can continue. Let's see, 2 doors are here. I do also want to have that goo flask. But as an actual player I would not know that, so I will leave it be. Okay, so let's go and see what Eddie is doing. He would have given me the quest to fetch the doors. I kind of skipped that, but I will just talk to him, and he should still give me that quest, but we'll see. Okay, it's telling me to build the room directly. Let's actually go and drop the doors outside to have a better idea what's happening. Okay, so what's up, Eddie? Eddie wants me to kill more monsters or build the room. I will choose to build the room. I think I found a very subtle bug. Okay, let's try to reproduce. It was build room. And when I was picking up the door, that didn't go away. So I think the internal state is slightly wrong. And I want to fix it before it causes any real issues. Right, it still has the item marked last, despite having it just picked up. That should have been cleared. So let's see. when picking up something, it should wipe the item marked last. I think that should work now. So we bump against it, the K is shown, and the K now instantly goes away. Cool. So Eddie just gave us the quest to build the room, but then the quest aborted because not enough doors are available, and now he sends us to fetch more doors. So let's fetch the doors. Yeah, that's all working fine. The next door is quite a bit away. Yeah, I'll do the quest real quick. But I'm glad I made a change last time that the scavenge quest will automatically guide you to the correct place. Because if the door would be that far away and I wouldn't know where it is, I would be pretty pissed. So let's see. We can fetch the door now and then go home. Cool. I think I will then take a 5-minute break because I've been streaming for some hours already. And, you know, move my legs a bit, and there's a nice thematic cutoff as well, because I now have all the resources to build the room, and when I come back I will build the room, and then the next phase of the game will begin. So I will hydrate and will be back in a minute. Okay, I stretched and I'm back with a new bottle of water. Interesting weather outside. Cold enough to... cold in the shadow and scorching hot in the sun. Thank you. Okay, so my idea was to now complete building the room. But I will follow the actual instructions. So I will place the doors in storage first. Okay, so let's talk to Eddie what we should do now. It should tell us to complete building the room now. It indeed does, so yeah, we're kind of fighting for doors now. But hey, Eddie dropped the door again. Now I get to place it. Okay, so let's move to the build site. Let's check the room builder real quick. Yeah. I think it shows the missing walls pretty clearly. So let's place them. And once this is done, we can build the room and we'll get a small animation. But I feel I might have triggered another bug. But we'll see. Okay, so everything has been placed, so the room is being built. There is a bug going on. I am going to explain first. So since there will be enemy waves, there's a system for having trap rooms and stuff. And because of that, the room here got the wrong type assigned and basically thinks it's a trap room, or rather a trap support room. And I don't want that. So I will clear the room, which doesn't work either because the city plan has a bug. Okay, so I will start fixing the bug in the city planner. So the actual bug is that this room here is seen as an empty room, but it's really not an empty room because it has a tag, and that makes it reserved basically. So I can add a check for the room having a tag here as well, and now it should be registered as already used. Great. That works now. So I will commit the changes and I will clear the room to reset it. And now the story can continue like it is intended. I will need to take care about the underlying issue though, but first I will show the interaction that happens when there's an empty room available. When talking to Eddie, nothing changes. Eddie will now tell us to kill all monsters, and if all monsters are killed, then Eddie just will not have any more quests for us. But if we talk to our implant, the friend in our head, it will now tell us to set a new room type, like to make the empty room useful by assigning a floor plan. And it will offer us a choice of things, and we are supposed to select the storage room. Okay? So now we got a new quest. Let's see if the highlights are set properly. They are not. So I will tweak the description of the quest. And I have to make the text a list again. Then I can select the part of the text I want to highlight. Actually, I want to highlight that part. And that was it. No, I did forget to mark the format string. I always do that. So let's see. Now the important part is yellow. I like it. So I will submit it. committed. Okay, and the text below is not useful anymore, so I will flat out delete it. Okay, cool. So let's save and quit and see if that works. Oh, I wanted to check if that works. That works, perfect. And then I will set the suggested floor plan. Awesome. Now it will be the same thing again as earlier. I will wait for Eddie to do stuff while going out and scavenging. But Eddie will actually now do stuff. For example, once Eddie has completed building the item here, it will fetch a painter and will add floor markers to the room here. Cool. That all works fine. So I can go back to the issue where the room has been placed wrong. And fix the issue. Okay. Eddie will paint the room now. That would take quite a while, because he actually needs to go to every spot and draw the stuff on the floor, and it will take a while. But if the player is the person who likes to watch NPCs doing stuff, that is potential to do that. Okay. So the issue with the room is as following. This room is an entry room, and this room is a normal room. When a new room is built next to a normal room, it will be connected to the main base, the doors will be opened, and it will be useful as a normal empty room. If a room is built next to a trap section without being connected to the main base, then it will be part of the trap system. And since the base is so tiny right now, I want it to be... I don't want to extend the trap section, I want to extend the main section. Okay, so let's do that. The quest I need to modify is the build room quest. And the generate duty method here will will build new rooms. And it should skip the entry room, the code is right here, but there's an issue with the capitalization of things. So let's see the room builder itself. How does the room builder spell stuff? I see. The room builder lowercases the whole string and then compares it. So I will make it but the new room actually is with the big R. So I will correct the story code. And make the R big now. And in the quest code I will lowercase the room tag before comparing it. I think that should fix the bug. I will commit it and will test on the next opportunity, whenever that is, but it will come. Okay, so back to the actual game now. So while Eddie here is doing stuff, the game wants us to kill some enemies and explore around. But I feel that should be more interesting. So I want to add more functional items. That you can interact with and that should make things more interesting. So I will check the loot rooms and see what I can add there. I do have the sword sharpener and the armor reinforcer and the potion table in mind. So let's do that. One armor reinforcer, I think it's written like that. I will check. Yep, it's written like that. I will still copy it over to prevent any issues. That's on 4.9. Like this one. Okay, and the armor sharpener can be spawned here. As sword sharpener. Okay. And the alchemy table I think there's no room left over. Which would be fine for me. That would mean that there's something to find everywhere. So let's see. Is there something here? Yes, the painters are here. Nothing is on this spot, so I want that's the 10.7. Okay. That initially was a special room to spawn a rod, because that's a weapon, but I will change that. And I think I should automate some of that loot room stuff, because I want to randomize later. Okay, but let's check first. I have to regenerate the map when doing changes to world gen. Okay, we got a crash, but that should not be a big issue. Actually, the crash was a good thing because it uncovered a new bug. Okay, cool. I'm glad that bug is solved. Let's jump over to the room I was working on. This one. It now has an alchemy table. That may actually not wise to add at the current state, but I'll add it, and I can remove it anytime I want. I'm thinking that it really should be obvious what to spawn there, because I have so much stuff. But actually, nothing comes to mind. But I'll just add it as it is for now, and then change it later. Okay. The left side is working out well now. The sword sharpener here. Yeah, the walkways need to be adapted for that room. That's the 7-9 room. I will make the lower path a bit shorter. Then we'll skip the drawing on the middle position and draw the upper and lower bar again. It may be a good idea to abstract such stuff, but I'm still trying to fit everything together. So I try to be not too tidy. Okay, it works now. Let's check the next room. That's the armor reinforcer room. And the idea is still the same. I will make the right path a bit shorter, make the other path a bit longer. We'll skip the middle. And add the little path around the important item. Okay, so let's see. I have to regenerate the world. That did not work. I'm not sure if I regenerated the world correctly, because it didn't work like at all. Either that or I used the wrong reference and changed the wrong room or something. I forgot to change those. Values. That explains some issues. But this should not be here. Oh, I need to remove it even further, but it should not make a difference because the walking spaces are saved as set anyway. So it only can contain each element only once. So it doesn't matter if I add it twice. I still don't like it. So let's see. Almost. Awesome, that works. So the other rooms are all done as well. Cool. So that feels pretty nice to have the rooms populated. The only issue I now have style-wise is that this area is supposed to be a ruin, and there are pretty clear paths going from important spot to important spot. I'm not sure how believable that is, but it's important for gameplay to have those paths that lead you everywhere. I think it's fine. I now will remove this forest designation as well. First I will commit. Okay, cool. Then I will remove the forest designation there. That was basically a hack to prevent NPCs from building there. But I just did fix it properly. So that is done. It won't be possible to change it for the current run, but that doesn't matter too much. And I noticed the mold here is not growing, so something has gone wrong there. But what I will do now is to build a sword sharpener. And armor reinforcer manually. And place it in the rooms like to correspond to the changed world generation, so I can continue the current world and have it still being similar to the new world generation. Next up is building an armor reinforcer. I mistyped that. Okay, cool. I do need to make the crafting more complex, because currently you can go to the single item and you basically can craft everything there, and I need to have more special production paths that are not trivial to pull off. Okay, so, and an alchemy table. Like all the items I'm currently producing should be a major effort usually. Okay, so I have those 3 items now, so I will go around and place them and pretend that they have been there for all the time. Right, this is the room with the rod. I think that contained the alchemy table. That room contained the anvil, but we collected it and moved it to the main base. This room, I set up the sword sharpener here. And the armor reinforcer to the left. Cool. Now let's get back to base. And pretend the items have always have been there. Cool. Eddie just completed painting the new room and now should start building the next room. Or rather, we'll start to sort the items from the generalized storage into the specific storage, like the red stockpiles here are for specific item types, like this is for walls and this is for doors, stuff like that. And now the NPC will go collect the items and put them into the correct stockpile. That will take a bit, so We can go and ask the NPC what quests are available, but it still is the go kill some monsters. Or go build a room if the resources are available. So when talking to the implant, it will just say, okay, help the groundskeeper. What I want to happen now is for the implant to say, hey, you are hurt, how about you heal up by using some mold feed, or there are sheeting plates available, you can use them to upgrade your armor, stuff like that. So let's do exactly that. I'll save. And I will be I will be AFK for another 5 minutes, and then I will make the implant tell the character to heal and stuff. So, see you in a second. Okay, so I'm back. Let's change the implant. The implant has its own menu. The implant interaction menu. And right now it's in the state here where it says the groundskeeper is working now. It will start to rebuild its working area. And then we can help. Now I want to branch the logic from here. Like similar to where the implant offered to set different types of floor plans. I want to now ask if you want to heal, sharpen your sword, look for better weapons, stuff like that. Okay, I will change the existing dialogue. Okay, and I will add the options to choose from. But the options can obviously not be the rooms like before. So one thing should be help the groundskeeper. Basically for backward compatibility. and later they will heal and improve equipment. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Now let's make sure that it is actually connected to spawning quests. Yeah, the code is up here. I did forget how I called it. Implant idle section. Easy to remember. Okay. So now we will have a special case for handling that menu. The basic structure should be similar to the room selection. And if helping was selected, it should generate the help quest. That is this quest. I think that should work. I try. I was still muted, or accidentally managed to mute myself. Sorry for that. Basically, the recap is that I now have a selection in the implant menu here, and it will offer to do various stuff, either to help the groundskeeper or help yourself. I'd actually use that wording. And when you select the stuff, depending on what you select, it should assign the corresponding quest. Okay, cool. And when selecting the groundskeeper, the quest is indeed assigned properly. Awesome. I do want to move the helping the groundskeeper to the bottom. Because that actually should lose priority at that point. Cool. And now the healing stuff has to be implemented. For this, I will need to check if mold feed is available. And if so, I should collect it and bring it to the coal burner here. But I remove those two options for this very second, so I can commit the state as I have this state, and not get caught up in huge commits I lose control over. Okay, so now let's re-add the options I just have hidden. And the healing would be important now. I will do the simple case first. If the character can heal, it should offer the option. I'll keep it simple for now. So I will just issue the heal quest if the aim is to heal. But for this I would need to have a vial in my inventory. I will spawn one in, just to check the code structure. And the newer quests do have vials on the in the environment. So let's try. Okay, now we get offered to heal ourselves, and we can heal ourselves with the vial. Nice. But I will discard the vial again, because I actually want to do the healing via the coal burner. Actually, I want to test another thing out. When putting the vial into storage, it should offer me to heal as well, but I suspect it won't. It doesn't. So what I'm going to do is to build a story quest. And have that story quest heal using all possible methods. Period. Okay, so I will go to the quest folder and the story folder, and I will base the new quest on so many quests. On disable alarm. And I will call it story heal. Yeah. It's not creative at all, but hey. It will serve the purpose, I hope. I will just add a real simple description to start with. I'm missing the reason string in this description, but that I will take care of that later. Okay, cool. We have the description now. Then we can do the naive healing. And we can fail the quest if no healing is available. Okay. Then I need to actually hook the new quest into the... I have to include it. Cool. And then I have to assign it. And then I will remove the condition for a second. I think I would need to have a condition there. Because, right, the condition should be half health. If the character is below half health, it should heal. So let's try. I will track if the healing quest has been shown. Then I will show it with priority. If the health is lower than half health, I need to take care that I don't do that wrong. That piece of code is a bit tricky. I have to fetch the adjusted max health, not the max health. And it should be divided by 2. Okay, so if the character is lower than half health, it should show the healing as a priority. And if the healing has not yet shown, and the character can heal at all, then it should be shown after, at the end of the list. Okay? And I will take care that the quest is not shown too often. So if the last heal is longer ago than 500 ticks, then it should show the menu. And now it should be tracked whenever the quest was accepted. Okay. Let's see how that works out. I think I should have all components put together. I have more than half health, so it isn't recommending me to heal. That's fair. Let's find an enemy and try to get hurt. Which is not that easy because the enemies are a joke right now. So let's see. Can you hurt me? Yeah, the enemy can hurt me. Okay, so let's see what the implant is saying. It will now offer to heal myself with priority. But I think the quest instantly terminated. So let's check the story heal quest and make it never be successful. Actually, let's do it correctly. If the character health is bigger or equal the character max health, adjusted max health. Okay, now the quest should not instantly terminate anymore. It will abort because we have no way to heal, and then it will not offer itself right away. I like that. Okay. Now I want to extend the quest to see if there is a coal burner that can be used. So let's try. I do have mold feed in my inventory. That helps a lot. That is a requirement. The requirement to use the coal burner. So basically I will check the whole map for coal burners and will skip room with enemies in them. Let's see what the helper function for that is called. Let's add a simpler helper function. This is broken. But I will take care of that in a second. Okay, so we will ignore rooms with enemies in them and we'll check for coal burners in those rooms that are bolted down, and we'll check if each coal burner is ready to be used. Okay, that specific function is missing, so I will use the get mode feed function method at first and will patch the proper function in later. I got a bit of a red tail of changes accumulating, so I want to take care to get that running first, and then I will take care of the other ones, and then I'll probably end the stream soon. So, if we do find a suitable coal burner, we want to activate the item. Let's check that there's no more special quest somewhere. Not really. The target position is quite clear. It should be just the position of the coal burner. Same for the big position. The reason should be to heal. And that should actually do it. Let's try. I missed some edge cases, but it should be fine. Like, it should be fine now. Heal yourself. Oh, it should be get items by types, so I will get all of them. And that worked. Cool. Of course I'm not fully healed, and so the quest aborts, but that's pretty much what I want to see. So I will commit the newly created helper function. That didn't work. Oh. And I will add the whole rest to commit the story heal stuff. Okay. That is done now. So I wanted to do two things. Oh no. Okay, I just misclicked. I wanted to implement the ready method. It's not an official interface, like it's not defined, but most items support that interface. Like the anvil. Or it doesn't. Let's try again. This time with searching. Right, the ready to use. What's the... Yeah, I'll use the armor reinforcer to check out how it's implemented there. That's not ideal. Okay. Then I will roll my own. So, like, I roll my own is not the correct word. Because everything, I have written the whole code, so everything is my fault. So let's make the character here optional. Okay. Then I'll add the optional parameter to the ready to use as well. Then I will check that the item is bolted down correctly. If not, it's not ready to use. Then I will check if it has mold feed. And if it does, it can be used. Otherwise it cannot be used. Cool. And I will use that logic here because it's much easier to read. Okay, so let's try. What do we call? Yeah, let's kill this thing down here. Okay. The golem is not great because the golem doesn't drop mold feed. So let's move on. What are you? Yeah, the spiderling drops the good stuff. So let's see if that works. No, I don't want to help the groundskeeper, I want to heal myself. And it does. Awesome. Without crashing. I will check. Okay, that was a lie. I just didn't reload the code before testing if it works. Well, that can happen. So, I want to heal. It works. I will drop the mold feed. And I want to heal. Okay, so the check works. Great. I want to check one thing out, how the rendering for the anvil works. Okay, one thing I can do right away is delete that backwards compatibility code. That's always an easy commit to catch. Awesome. Now, what do I want to do? Okay, I wanted to check the rendering. And the rendering is not sensitive to the character. Let's check how this method is used. Only in weird ways. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Like, I'm not happy with that, but I will leave it as it is, and I will need to properly, completely redo it later. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to work on was the rooms, because there was some nonsensical code here. Yeah, basically this should the position parameter doesn't make any sense, so if the position parameter is given, then it should just check the container of the room and the terrain of the room. Okay, so that is a really weird edge case. But I have handled it, so it won't cause issues later, I hope. And if it has a parent terrain, then it should just call the same function on the parent terrain and return the result. And then the code makes sense. Okay. Okay, thanks for the follow. The name will be challenge Chiki Kaka. Okay. So the next, I fixed that, so I will close that tab. Now the story heal is the next thing to work on. Okay. Currently it only checks if there's a coal burner ready to use, and it also should check if there is mold feed to burn. Because burning mold feed on the coal burner will heal you. So, if there is a coal burner available in principle, then the idea is to check all rooms and skip rooms we don't like rooms with enemies and ruins. And then check the room for non-empty output slots. I'm sure I got the spelling wrong for mold feed. So basically we are checking if there is mold feed somewhere available in the base. If so, the character should fetch more mold feed. Oh, the quest for fetching items was just fetch items. So let's see if that works. I will go back to base and drop some mold feed into the storage. And then I will ask the implant to issue the healing quest to myself. Okay. Let's drop the mold feed into the storage. Like that. Oh, and the Eddie built the new room, is building the new room in the same position now, which is good. Okay, so let's trigger the heal quest, and it crashes because I have written the ultra complex method name wrong. That's fair. I hope I did save. I did save. Awesome. So let's try again with healing. Now it wants us to first clear the inventory. Yeah, that's kind of okay. And then to fetch the mold feed. Okay. We collected all the mold feed we have and now are going to burn it. Yeah, I think that is working out pretty well. Like, I could add a logic to select the mold feed from the ground, but I think it's okay without it. Okay. I will commit the changes. What? Um, I forgot the message. Okay. That works out. I'm not sure if I'll basically stop streaming very soon now. I have been streaming for 4 hours in one piece now, and I have been doing 4 hours before, so I'm not really there mentally anymore. But currently I'm streaming a lot. Like, I streamed 40 hours the last week. So it should be no issue to catch me again. I will remove that piece of code because it's dead code. And re-edit instantly, just so I know that my plan next time is to add the code for equipping weapons. Okay, so that's done. Let's push the changes we have. So there's nothing else to say there except for thanks for watching, thanks for the follows, and see you next time. Oh, wishlist on Steam. Okay, bye.